What is going on, everyone? Oh, let me turn that off. Bad intro. What's going on, everyone? Jason, the Train Freak here, and I got a couple of cars here that I'm going to try to do some weathering techniques on. One of those cars is my car for the layout, and another car is going to be for a channel member. And I always like to try to do more than one car at a time when I do different types of weathering techniques. All right, so let's see who's all in the chat. This is kind of an impromptu live, by the way. So let's look and see who is all in the chat before I put the camera down on the workbench. And this is going to be kind of a new setup. So let's just see who's here. Looks like Brad from Willow Creek Industrial Spur is going to get the cookie today. Then we got Lynn McCurdy in the HDMMRC. So he is going to be the guy that's going to be getting the channel member card because he was picked by the previous person, and that was Darrell. But then Lynn will get to pick the next one. So if you're a channel member, you can definitely try to bribe Lynn to pick you next. Let's see who else is here. We got another channel member in the house. We got Joe Rader with the Black Rock Central Railroad in the house as well. We've got the Hot Dog Pilot, also known as Andy, from the other side of the pond. And that looks like that's all who is in the house right now. I'm sure maybe some others will come in later, so we'll see. Like I said, this is an impromptu live. I normally don't, do a scheduled live stream, and we got Ron Moen in the house as well. So welcome, Ron. Long time no see, bud. Now, before I get to the cars, I do want to say and show that a couple of weeks ago, I opened on Steve Childers, the Retirement Railroads live stream. I got this guy here. Brand new locomotive. This is an Athearn Roundhouse. Alco RS3 in the Rock Island maroon and silver pinstripe paint scheme. It's I already have an Alco RS1 that's Rock Island, but this one here is my only Rock Island Alco RS3. I have not done any extra lighting on it yet. I will probably do that later on, but I did add sound, and I did put Blue Nami, Soundtrack's Blue Nami in this locomotive. So that way, as soon as I get Brinkley up as far as the trackage go, which I'm working on Hickory Ridge now, this guy will be in service. So I'm actually going to go ahead and put him on the staging track for Little Rock because that's where he belongs. And I know you're not going to be able to see it, but because it's actually one shelf above this one. All right. Yeah, exactly. Nice looking locomotive because Lynn McCurdy is the one that held the contest, and I was his lucky contestant that won that locomotive. So thank you again, Lynn, for hosting that contest. And speaking of Lynn, I actually worked on one of his locomotives earlier today. I've already got it all boxed up. But he sent me a Blue Goose, and I put Tsunami 2 sound in it. And we got Dwayne's Fork and Spoon Railroad in the house as well. Come on, show the Blue Engine 2. Okay, I'll show you the Blue Engine. Let me grab it. It is in the box. I don't have the layout on, and the camera that I normally have on the layout is on me. So I can't really show the layout. But all this documentation, Lynn, I swear it's more than enough. But this is the locomotive that I ended up putting Tsunami 2 in. Ooh, that's got a bad glare. But that's it. That's the Blue Goose. Yeah, that was a fun little project. But cool thing is, it works. And I think Lynn is going to be very happy with it. Now, the boxcar that I am working for Lynn, it is not more than likely going to look right going behind that steam locomotive, but you never know. And yes, it is a Reba Rossi. It is a Reba Rossi. All right, so I'll go ahead and show this before I start laying everything on my mat here. For those who have never done weathering before, if you got paper towel rolls, these are perfect to hold your cars while you paint. Hey, Ray Bertelson's here. What's going on, Ray? Now, this one's mine. This is one that I'm going to be doing. Because like I said, every time I try to weather a car, I always try to weather more than one at a time. So I've actually got about a handful of these empty paper towel rolls. And, I mean, they're perfect. Just take the shell off, shove it in. And, I mean, it does what it needs to do. One of the other things that I've already done to these cars, and here's Lynn's. So Lynn's getting a much bigger car than I'm doing. Is I already applied a gloss coat to these because the first thing I'm going to do is a wash, and I definitely want that wash to be runny. So, and we got another channel member in the house. And that would be the Kerley Express, known as Dwight. Dwight Kerley is here. And Lynn is saying that his is bigger than mine. Yep. You're right. But you know something? If we had the same length of train, I would have more cars than you would have. So, if it was the exact same length. All right. So let me make a couple adjustments real quick, and I'm gonna get you face down. So give me just a minute, guys. All right. This is kind of upside down. It looks like. Well, you get to see the cars upside down, or what I can do is I can turn them this way, and I can work on them upside down. Either or is fine with me. Hey, Chris, with the Valley's 56 XX. And I forgot to grab a couple of paintbrushes earlier, so let me grab some of those because we're going to need some paintbrushes for sure. All right. And I use various different brushes depending on what I'm doing. All right. So, let's see if I can find a good light brown color. I might use a warm buff. So there we go. So I'm going to use a warm buff this time. And what we're going to make is a wash. And because I want to fade the box cars, they're too dark for what we want to do. I do have a little glass here of just water, and my cup is stained. That's actually a 3D printed shot glass that I 3D printed years ago using ABS filament. And then, of course, the other thing I have is IPA, isopropyl alcohol. And that's just to make my wash a little more runny. All right, so we're going to see what all I can screw up here. Pipette. All right, I think what I'm going to do is a 3-to-1 ratio. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And I'm going to get 10 more drops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And get all the rest of that water out of my pipette. Yo, Marty M, what's going on? I keep forgetting Marty is now officially in the same time zone as I am. I'm used to him being a couple hours behind. All right, now IPA. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. And pour the rest of that back in the IPA. All right. Put the cap back on that before I spill it. That would not be good, right? All right. And then as far as the paint goes, I'm just going to put in 5 drops. 1. It's a little thick. 2. 3. 4 and 1 more. And there's 5. 5 drops of paint. And I'm going to use this brush here just to kind of get in there and mix it all up. All right. Now let's test. See how good she looks. Yeah, not too terrible. I'm just going to kind of make it look a little dusty. And the nice thing about washes is when you have that gloss coat, I can just put my brush beside it and my brush will suck it right back up. Now the thing is when you're doing stuff like this, you always want to go, an up or down motion. And just try to get like full streaks. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of, where I've got excess paint, I'll just come back and use my brush and do kind of a light path and try to soak it up. Now, if you notice, I started on my car first, and that was because if I felt like this is not going to be light or dark enough, I didn't want to start on Lynn's. I could go and darken it up by mixing in a little bit of a darker paint. But I'm actually, this kind of gives like a good, like it's been out west in the desert, type feel. Now on the door, I'm going sideways with it, and that's because of all the, the ridges. So anyone who's just coming in, if you're wondering what color I'm using, this is apple barrel warm buff. And we just mixed it to a 1-to-3 ratio of water and IPA. I'm just going to get a little bit more over here on this side. All right. Kind of get the top a little bit too, the little rivets along the roof. All right. Let's see here. Make sure, see if I missed anything. All right, Dwight needs to talk to me about another decoder I'm going to need for a loco. I'm going to try and make it DCC. Well, just let me know when you're ready, Dwight. All right, Lynn is saying, way back in the day when I first got into HO modeling, I thought I could just place a boxcar outside in the sun to fade the paint. Well, we're going to do an early fade, but a dirty fade at that. And as you can see, the color difference, very, very different. Now, if I was to take this and tilt it up, you can really see the difference of the coloring. And I'm just kind of doing some light strokes. Like nothing real heavy. Just to kind of give it, you know, that look, to make it look like water or rain has ran down it over time. And the thing, the trick to this is you definitely want a clear coat on this. You don't want to use a dull coat. And it doesn't matter what scale you are. And you don't want it to look completely even either, because Mother Nature does not do things evenly. All right, Marty is saying we are liking the weather in the Midwest. Missed feeling the change of season. Well, you just wait until y'all get some of that winter weather up there, then I think you're going to be wanting to run back to Arizona. Anyone wants to guess how that turned out? Did your Reds go pink, Lynn? That would not surprise me. Ray's asking if it shrunk from HO to N. That's pretty funny. Hey, we got another channel member in the house. We got Derail Darrell. What's going on, guys? Darrell actually mentioned you earlier. So this is the car that you decided is going to go to Lynn McCurdy. All right. So I think that's a pretty good washed out color. I could go a little darker with it. What I'm just doing now is just kind of blowing on it, just to dry it up a little bit quicker. And what I can do is It's a little, I got a little bit of bright light on it. There we go. Yeah. So it just looks dirty for the most part. And then this would be the clean side. So we're going from this to that. All right, Lynn, what do you think? You think that's going to be, you think that's a good wash, or do you want something a little darker on your car? Just let me know in the chat before I get going a little further, because I can always add a little bit of extra paint, a little bit of water. I could add, let's see here, I got some territorial beige. I got some khaki. So I got a couple of other colors I could add to the warm buff to make it just a tad bit darker. Well, since you ask, maybe like, well, I can't make it lighter. Lighter is going to be a little problem, but I can definitely make it a little bit darker. Yeah, Lynn's talking about his Blue Goose that I just finished converting to Tsunami 2. Yo, Kyle Stevens, what's going on? Okay, then it is what it is. All right, here we go. We're going to start washing Lynn's car. Lynn's car is getting dirty. Now, Lynn, I could probably put this on heavier, and it might show up a little lighter if that's what you want. I could try that. And the nice thing with yours is being a plug door, I don't necessarily have to go sideways with it. I could just keep going the same direction I was going. Oh yeah, this is going on yours a lot better. All right. Oh, Kyle's at work today. Well, hopefully you get off here pretty soon, and hopefully you'll be off tomorrow for Thanksgiving. So that would be something cool. Maybe everybody in the chat could put something in they're thankful for, since tomorrow is Thanksgiving for, for the U.S. And even those across the pond, you could put something in you're thankful for too, even though y'all don't celebrate Thanksgiving. Or I don't think you celebrate Thanksgiving. All right. Now I'm going to set this one up on the side. Cold steel rails. What is going on? Hope all is well. I lucked out and not scheduled to work on the railroad. How about that? And I'm thankful for that. There you go. Nope. Monday through Friday, 4 to 12. No holidays, nothing. Oh, man. Dang, Kyle, that stinks. Do they give you holiday pay at least? I mean, you would think they would at least do that. I mean, that sounds like a pita. And I'm gonna get that brake wheel too, because I want that. I don't want that brake wheel looking, real dark. And we're gonna add some rust on it as well here in a little bit. All right. Let that B side dry for a minute. And the nice thing is with the light, I'm actually watching this dry in front of me. That, like this right here, it's completely dry where my finger is. It's a little damp here, a little bit damp there. This side's a little more saturated. But yeah, I can touch this here and, it doesn't even feel wet. And Andy says, no, but we do like turkey. I will tell you, the best turkey I've ever had was a deep fried turkey. I grew up eating turkey at Thanksgiving, and whoever cooked the turkey, it was so dry. Like it was just, I'm sorry. If I'm going to eat turkey, it's got to be moist. I cannot do dry turkey. Like, I guess I got ruined on it from my childhood. So for many years, Thanksgiving, and Christmas, I would never eat turkey. Like, I don't even eat sliced turkey to go on a sandwich, like deli sliced. I just won't do it. But my neighbors deep fried us a turkey last year, or it was the year before that. I can't remember. And I tried it, and man, that was the best turkey I've ever had. So the only way I'll eat turkey is if it is deep fried. But I'm more of a ham guy. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. As I'm sure that everybody else in the chat appreciates it too. And that's what I heard as well. Canada does celebrate it a month in advance. Yep, Dwight, he doesn't like turkey anymore either. All right. Well, I'm going to... Oh, I missed a spot. How about that? We can brush that on just like that. All right. We'll go ahead and do... So we did the B side on mine. We're going to do the A side on Lynn's car. A is a little bit easier because you don't have as many obstacles. All right. We'll let that dry. This one over here is already dry. I mean, when you do a gloss coat and you do these washes and put enough IPA in it, something about that IPA will make it dry much quicker. Hey, Possum Bayou Rusty is in the house. just got done eating snapper stuffed with crab meat. Oh, man, I bet that's good. Lynn says, I've had some very bad luck with X's and turkeys. One cooked only the top, bottom raw. Another left the bag of giblets in while cooking. Oh, Lord. And Dwight, yeah, you're not supposed to eat the whole turkey in one sitting, man. Dude, that would make anybody sick. Beer butt chicken. Okay. I would definitely try that. Some beer butt chicken. I would definitely try some of that. Like I said, I am more of a ham guy than anything else, but I would definitely try some beer butt chicken. That sounds tasty. All right, I'm gonna do the other side. The thing is, I don't even have to brush. Like, I can just put these dots on here and it just kind of starts spreading on its own. I'm just trying to get some of the excess paint off. And all I'm doing is just barely touching my bristles to the paint, and it just kind of pulls a lot of it up. There we go. Definitely don't want to overdo it. Hog roast crackling. That's what I am talking about. Kyle's saying, Rusty, you know if Glenn is having an op session in December? If so, my father and I are planning to come up. Oh, that would be cool. Op sessions are always fun. Dwight saying, I only take a couple of bites of turkey since that will be the only meat on the table, and I don't want the host to feel bad because I don't like turkey. And YouTube just noticed you are on. Well, Joe, you need to tell YouTube to tell you to notify you sooner, because I've been live for over 30 minutes. I can cook turkey that comes out moist and juicy. I mean, that's the only way to eat it. And chicken's good too. I like chicken. All right. Set that there. See, this is already dried. Already. Doesn't take long at all. Might get this side over here, Lynn, just a little bit of a heavier wash. So, Lynn, I've got some pretty cool ideas of some stuff that I want to do with this, and I might try to start working on it today if possible. Just depends on how each of these layers go. If they all go on fairly quick and easy, then there's no telling what I'm liable to do with this thing. Not a real fan of that right there. Maybe that right there. There we go. One of my downfalls is I'm a big perfectionist. If I don't like how something looks, I'm just going to keep going until I get it to where I want it. Oh, okay. Man, y'all are chatting it up. All right, let's see here. Lynn said his notification was 4 minutes late. Andy got a 30-minute warning. Darrell says moist is the only way he'll eat it. And we got Kevin Beverly here. YouTube notified me after I already joined the live stream. Looks like that's what's happening to everybody, Kevin. And I'm just going to kind of fast forward. So Rusty's got 2 new RS3s. For those who come in late, I'll show you my new RS3 that I got. Because it's just right here. And if anybody recognizes it, there you go. Rock Island. And I put Blue Nami in it. So, heck yeah. I'll set it right here. So that means I got to get busy on making more turnouts. Yeah, let's see here. Who else here is left-handed beside Derail, Darrell, and I? We got Dwayne's a lefty as well. Ray Bertelson's a lefty. Any other lefties? Yeah, that is no joke, Darrell. Kyle says, sweep, hope to see them. I need to get some chassis engines and caboose and in-scale someday. I should have bought 2 Scale Trains ST40s when they offered them. Chris says, interesting how weathering is different depending on the location of the railroad. I model the South Wales Coles Valley, so I oil wash everything with black before I do anything else. Loco, cars, etc. Well, there's definitely no wrong way when it comes to weathering. Hey, Hot Dog. Yeah, I got a notification just after I joined the stream a couple of minutes ago. This is only the second time it's ever happened, though. The worst part is the notifications was time stamped at 6 minutes, 33 seconds. Let's see here. Rusty's RS3s are Louisville and Nashville, so some L&Ns. And we got Dennis with the Otter Creek and Rio Grande in the house. Welcome, Dennis. U2 is Strange Kung Fu Kevin. Was that Rock Island and an old Rivarossi? So the Rock Island is an Athern roundhouse. And Lynn McCurdy, who's in the chat, had a contest for his 500 subscribers. And I ended up winning that locomotive from his contest. And so after I put it in there, or after I got it, I installed Soundtrack's Blue Nami in it. I will say, ever since I put Blue Nami in my first locomotive, all of my locomotives are getting Blue Nami. It just makes sense. So, Dennis, this car right here is mine. This one is going to go to Lynn McCurdy because what I'm doing is channel members that have been channel members for a minimum of a total of 6 months. Not necessarily 6 active months, or meaning the last 6 months, but at least a total of 6 months. And if you're still an active channel member, I am doing a channel member car that is custom painted, weathered, and graffitied by yours truly, the Train Freak, if I can even speak today. And the cool thing about it is the person that I am doing the car gets to pick the next person, or I like to call the culprit. So I ended up picking Crooked Dave first, and then Dave picked Derail Darrell, and then now Derail Darrell has picked Lynn McCurdy. So Lynn gets to pick the next person when I tell him to. So that'll be here it'll be when he gets his car. He'll have to pick the next person. And I'll give him a list of eligible candidates. And so the eligible candidates must be current channel members. Yeah, Joe Rader, that's right. The victim. They must be current channel members and also at least a member for a minimum of 6 months. Doesn't matter what level. It could be it could be the fact of you could be the lowest tier, the highest tier, or somewhere in the middle. It doesn't matter. So why change over to Blue Nami from Tsunami 2? Do they not run well together? Yes, they do run very well together. And the thing about Blue Nami and Tsunami 2 is if you take a Tsunami 2 and you add Bluetooth to it, you have Blue Nami. That's all it is. It's just Tsunami 2 with added Bluetooth. The difference being is if I have people come over and operate, which I plan to do once I get this track stuff done, instead of spending money on more throttles, you have a throttle in your pocket. Now, I'll have a few throttles already on hand, but instead of, buying another $200 throttle, I could use that $200 and, equip 6 locomotives with Blue Nami. Or that would be the extra cost versus putting Tsunami 2s in them. So, all right. But Dennis, I did not realize you were sick or ill. Awesome to hear that you are feeling much better. I don't know about y'all, but there has been a lot of sickness been going around in my neck of the woods. Luckily, I have not been caught yet, knock on wood, but there you go. And yeah, that's another option too, Rusty. If you got the Wi-Fi unit for my Digitrax and use your phone, I did not have that for my NCE. And so for me, I like the Blue Nami a lot better. I can take the Blue Nami, put it on someone's DC train, layout, and I can run my Blue Namis just like DCC on DC. Access to the horn, access to the bell, different lighting functions. I can consist, you name it. All right, looks like mine. Sometimes I have to use the light glare to take a look. All right, mine is dry. So now I'm going to do my A end. And I'm starting to get a little low on paint, but the good thing is I'm doing the sides. That's not going to require a whole lot. Just enough to kind of dust it up is all we're really trying to go for. There we go. So what I'm working on right now, for those who are just coming in, we're just doing a fade. So, these cars would have been more out in the desert and the Delta areas. So they're going to get a lot more sun than, more, like soot. So this is, it's Apple Barrel's warm buff paint is what I'm using. So you can go get this at your local craft store. I believe I got mine at Walmart. Tony B, what's going on, Tony? Hope you are doing good too. But anyways, I did a mix, 1:3 ratio. So I did 5 drops of paint, and then actually no, I did less than a 1:3, maybe a 1:6. I put in 30 drops of water, 30 drops of isopropyl alcohol, and I'm using 91%, and then 5 drops of paint. But this paint is a little thicker, so I would say each drop of paint's kind of like 2 drops of paint if you really think about it. Because it's a lot thick, and so that's the wash that I made. Yeah, Rusty, right now, keywords right now, it's not an option. I would be looking forward to see what happens at Amherst, because typically when Soundtracks announces their new products, it's at Amherst. So keep an eye on that. You might be seeing it come to Ensco. It would not surprise me. If not this year, it would not surprise me if they really focus on it for Amherst to 2026. So with Blue Nami, you can do it one of 3 ways. You can either direct connect the locomotive via DCC, so you can control the locomotive via DCC. You can control the locomotive via Bluetooth on DCC, Bluetooth on DC. You can move the locomotive via DC, but you can't really control it. And then the other option is if you don't use DCC or DC and you use battery, you can run it on dead rail and control it that way too. HO scale, that's a little hard to do. O scale, very easy. Or even S scale, you could probably look at running it, on battery and do dead rail. Desert, you mean California? Well, I said desert and not dessert, because I don't know anything sweet about California. Well, I guess desserts could be tart as well. But, I'm just looking at it like this, guys, with the whole Blue Nami versus Tsunami 2. Let's say that you got someone new into the hobby or someone that does strictly DC. They don't have a DCC system. How many, let's look at a beginner DCC system, whether it's like a Digitrax DCS 51 or an NCE Power Cab, right? And what is the cost on that? What, roughly 200, 250, something around that? I haven't really priced those systems in a while, so I really don't know what the price is. But for shits and giggles, let's just use $200, okay? The extra cost of putting in a Blue Nami versus a Tsunami 2, as far as the cost of the decoder, it's about 30 extra dollars. So a Tsunami 2 is going to cost you $100, $130 for Blue Nami. All right. So if you don't have a DCC system and you want sound and you want to be able to control those locomotives, you got to look at, okay, I'm going to spend $200 on a DCC system. For one locomotive, it's going to cost me $100 if I use Tsunami 2. All right, now I'm spending $300 just to get one locomotive up and going. A DC power pack, whether it's got the potentiometer dial on it, or if it fully supplies constant power, you could get one of those power packs for what, $30-$50 at the most. So let's say 50, right? And then you spend $130 on a Blue Nami. Well, now you just spent $180 for your first locomotive. That's a whole lot less than $300. It's a little more than half. And then let's say that you decide to do a second locomotive. Well, 180 plus another 130 is 210. You're still less. So you could do two locomotives and not even buy a DCC system, but now you have all the controls of DCC. So for a person that is just getting into model railroading and they are looking at DCC, really Blue Nami is a better option. For someone that's like me that has an established layout, if I've got 6 locomotives, I'm planning on putting, Tsunami 2s in. Well, you're looking at, okay, that's $600 no matter what, right? But if I want to have more operators, do I spend an extra $30 per locomotive? So an extra 30 times 6 would be 180. Or do I go and spend $200 on an extra throttle so I could have another operator? So you have to kind of look at your cost allocation on, is Blue Nami right for you or is it not? It's not going to be for everybody. And I mean, that's just anything. And Crooked Dave is in the house. The first channel member recipient or victim that got a channel member's car. He got the Boobies car. So what's going on, Crooked Dave? Yeah, I told you to get with me because I was going to talk to you about your layout. I've been working on his layout design. Trying to figure out maybe looking at relocating his intermodal, giving him a little bit more trackage. So, all right. Chris is, whoa, that chat jumped. Chris is saying I scrounge 8-pin chips off the guys in the MRC for $5 a pop and solder in a simple harness, and I am a cheapskate. There you go. Nothing wrong with that. And Dave loves his Boobies car. And I think Darrell loves his Christmas Derail Darrell car too. And I hope Lynn will love what I plan on doing on his car as well. And I promised Lynn that I was going to keep it child appropriate because he will be going to train shows and whatnot. So it's, I kind of have to keep it somewhat appropriate, but I've got some pretty neat ideas of some things that I want to do. on his car. All right. Yeah, let's get that corner. I want that corner. Make sure all the stirrups are done. Get the water stains off. Ooh. It's kind of doing a peeling effect. That's okay. Because we'll get it to peel and blend, and that's going to be even better. There we go. I think that'll look good. I'm going to lay it back on this side, though. Because I kind of touched up this side over here, but not necessarily that side. I'm going to leave this side alone. There we go. And see, if you ask everyone to bring their phone to operate on your layout, that's where Blue Nami would be best bet, because that's less throttles that you have to buy for your system. Yep, keep it PG. And the roof will be next. We will do some stuff on the roof as well. Am I painting them yellow? No, I am using Warm Buff. It is a very, very tan color. Warm Buff. A good friend of mine, John Arthur, who's like really, really good when it comes to paints, that was a color that he recommended to use. And so definitely, for those who don't follow John, I know he hasn't really done a lot of videos lately, but I'd still communicate with him. He's been kind of working on stuff. Yeah, I would say more of a light, very, very light brown. Yeah, a Warren Buffett paint. There you go. That would probably be an elaborate color. All right. Now, I'm also working on one of mine at the same time, because I don't really like to try to do one car and not do another. To me, it just doesn't make sense. All right, maybe now. And don't worry, we're going to add some rust and some nasty stuff up here on the top later. So I'm not going to do the walkway, really. Nah, yeah, I am. I'm going to go ahead. Walkway, I'm going to do very, very light. And the only reason is because I'm going to do a black wash on it next. And it's going to be grungy looking. Okay. Spin it around. There we go. That'll give it some good color. Okay. The roof, the river, or the revolver. There you go. If the phone is the throttle, why would I need to buy throttles? I must be missing something. Well, so for me, if I don't use Blue Nami, then I can't use phones for a throttle. So for me, it's either I buy more throttles for more operators, or I buy Blue Namis. I'm going to keep just a couple of extra throttles. Right now, I've got my main Pro Cab R throttle. It's a wireless throttle. I've got a Cab 06 that's wireless. And then I have another Cab 06 that you have to plug in. That Cab 06 is going to be reserved strictly for the Yardmaster. But as far as, everything else is going to be mainly phones. Most people prefer to use their phones anyways. So, yeah, see, I don't have a dedicated Wi-Fi for the layout. If you're on Digitrax, I know they made something. I think NC or someone came out with one for NCE, but I never bought it. So, and one of the things I'm doing, like my locomotives that have Tsunami 2 in them, I'm actually selling those decoders as used decoders for half off of what a brand new Tsunami 2 is because it's used. So you could get a Tsunami 2 for $50, and then I'm using that $50 and turn around and, putting a Blue Nami in it. So it kind of helps with the cost a little bit. All right. Starting to run low on paint, Lynn. So I'm just kind of going all the way down. And then by the time that I pick up paint, it's just kind of shifting it down and blending it a little better. Start over here on this side, work my way back. All right, so try not to hit my other locomotive. There we go. Maybe if I turn it that way, you can see it a little better. So now you can see painted versus not painted. So the fade is just mainly more or less to make it look like the sun has really faded the paint, because if these cars are out west, that sun is going to get them. And I know I'm probably falling behind in the chat again. I'll get caught up here in a minute. All right, there we go. All right. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, if you're Digitrax, like I said, Blue Nami might not be the route you should take. And I know you're also doing HON3, which is a little smaller than HO. So yeah. And Rusty, that's where I got my paint. That's where I get a lot of my paints. And then if it's a color I can't find at Walmart, then I will either go to Hobby Lobby, Michael's, somewhere that sells paints. So my first experience with Tsunami was yesterday with my new Athearn Challenger N-scale, great looking stagnant model, motor hums, no movement. Well, is it a Tsunami or is it a Tsunami 2? Because I'm going to tell you this, if it's just a Tsunami, it's crap. Tsunami was great for when it came out, but it is utter crap. And even the guys at Soundtracks would tell you it's utter crap compared to Tsunami 2. Hence why they no longer support Tsunami and why they recommend you to upgrade it to Tsunami 2. If you run low on paint, take a sample to Home Depot and they can mix you up some more to make. Oh, I got plenty of paint. I would have to mix it myself, Lynn. If I run to Home Depot, man, that's like a kid going into a candy shop. I get in trouble in that place. Of course, it's not a decoder issue. At least this point, I don't think it is. Well, you said it's a steam locomotive. I wonder if maybe your gears are bind. That is possible. And I'm not talking about the gears inside of the locomotive. I'm talking more or less the, the drawbar and pistons and whatnot on the outside. Dennis saying, yes, I like the idea of being able to program on the phone, though. That sounds really nice. And I will tell you this, when it comes to programming the sounds using Blue Nami, that is a lifesaver because what I would have to do is if I programmed it with my throttle, let's say I want to do a horn, right? Okay, so I got the locomotive on the main. You can hear the prime mover idling. I go in, program CV120, change it to the value of the horn that I want to hear the sound of. I have to exit programming, hit the horn, try to remember how that horn sound, go back into programming, back to CV120, pick a different horn, and see if I like that one, or to see if I like it, and then leave programming, hit the horn again to hear the change. And, if there's like 3 or 4 different horns I want to hear, that's kind of tedious. But with Blue Nami in the app, when you go and select the different sounds that you want, soon as I hit the button on my phone, I hear the horn automatically through the locomotive. And it's much quicker than using JMRI because I'm doing it strictly from my phone. Let's see. Who else is here? Looks like we got Humanity Junction in the house. What is going on, Heath? Didn't you used to stream at night way back in the day? I sure did. Until my job required me to come in early in the mornings. I took this week off. Which, of course, I had tomorrow and Friday off anyways. Yeah, that's right. Who's this? And Kyle, for those who are not seeing, Kyle's pointing at Heath. Let's see here. Yeah, JMRI, there you go. Just use JMRI. Yeah, I don't like using JMRI. But with Blue Nami, I don't need JMRI. And I can save my configurations on my phone too. So having a programmer that's not a throttle is a game changer. I'm using Decoder Pro. There you go. And then, heck, I have to load sound in some of the ESU Loc sound decoders. I'm glad I don't deal with that. There you go, Lynn. Didn't Human used to be on more than one night a week? And there's James from the Dundas Junction Model Railroad. What's going on, James? Um, Heath used to stream on Tuesdays at a reasonable time. So, did you hear what happened to Nissy and Rick? A little birdie told me that they left Sidetrack Sunday, and I heard STS picked up a couple of other people. I have no clue who they picked up, but that is the little birdie that I heard. I'm sure you might have some information in that if you would like to share. And Rusty wants to buy the ESU sound loader thingy. I think I know someone who might have one for sale. Oh, there you go. I think Brian and Bob would make good. Definitely Brian. I haven't really attended many of Bob's live streams, but yeah, definitely Brian. And I know Brian and John are really close friends, so I think that would work out. And Dennis says, I love using my iPad. Nice big buttons and sliders for my old worn out eyes. Easy peasy. There you go. And James says he thinks they left for personal reasons. It's like a reunion. There you go. All right. Well, I think, yeah, the washes are mostly dry. So I'm just kind of looking at them with the reflection of the light because that can help me gauge if my paints are wet or if they are dry. So, and I realized I missed a spot. Of course, it would be on my model. So I'm going to have to let mine dry a little longer. Dang, I missed a lot. Well, if we're going to blame it on anybody while Heath is here, we'll just blame it on Heath. I know Heath misses that, getting blamed for everything. Okay. That one's good. Now I got to let it dry a little bit. Luckily for Lynn's model, he doesn't have, exterior doors because his is a plug door where it insets. The only thing I'm brushing on now is the sides of the roof walk because that definitely ain't going to look right if I leave that looking dark brown. And I probably need to check mine too. All right, let me look it over again. I like how heavy that side is. All right, so there's the perfectionist coming out of me on that one. And Heath is wearing his Blame Heath shirt tonight. There you go. All right, double checking mine one more time. Before I go and rinse this here paint out. Well, just my goal on this is just to make it like I don't see any like dark brown like where we started with. That I definitely do not want. Okay. Yep, looking very dusty. Hey, we got Trackside Mike in the house. What's going on, Mike? So does anybody normally stream at, I don't know, 8 o'clock Eastern on Wednesdays? I know people used to. All right, so yes, thank you, Dennis. So if you have not, please smash that like button. That helps the channel out tremendously. And if you're not subscribed, consider subscribing. I don't go live all the time, but when I do. So 8 p.m. on Wednesday is Wacky Wednesday or something like that. It's a rotating group of characters. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know who that is. Oh, yeah, Cab Crew. That's right. Darrell, who's going live tonight on Cab Crew? And then Heath is at 9. Is Darrell even still here? I haven't seen him comment it. Yeah, I saw him comment here recently. All right. While I wait on that answer, I'm going to do a quick little intermission and get this guy here cleaned out, and then I'll be right back so we can go on to the next color. All right. I'm back. All right, let's see if I missed anything. Didn't take long. All right, Kyle, have a good one, buddy. We'll see you next time. Rusty saying maybe Mom and Son or maybe Plumber. James is saying Thomas Grossi. No, Jason did not take a pee break. Jason cleaned the cup. The wash cup. Let's see here. We are the warm-up for Blame Heath. I wore it on my forehead. There you go. So James is saying Thomas Grossi is tonight. So I would encourage you to go and visit with Thomas Grossi. But if you want to stick around, you're more than welcome to. The next thing I'm going to be doing is what's called a pen wash. And so this is going to be more for water stains and whatnot. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use some testers, spray lacquer. This is gloss coat. And I'm going to give these a quick little spray down. Let y'all enjoy the rattling of the can. All right, Chris, have a good night, buddy. Take care, and we will see you next time. So that way it will seal this fade in. And at the same time, I'm going to try to get high from it. Just kidding on the high part. James, I believe they do. Do they still make testers? I believe they do. But that is one of my colors, my go-to. And I also have their dull coat as well. And that's what I'm going to put on when I'm fully finished with it. Because it gets rid of that, new color thing. So, all right, let that kind of dry just for a little bit before I start putting on the next coat. See, it's glossy again. You can tell by the door. But you can see where the color is sealed in. The wash that we put in there is sealed in. Hey, John Noful. Yes, James, they still make testers. So yes, you can get testers. Tamiya is not allowed to be sold in Canada now. That's odd. Because one of the things that I'm going to be using is Tamiya. They're Weathering Masters. I've got 3 different ones here I'm going to be using. So like I said, if Thomas Grossi is going live, I do encourage you to go and visit Thomas. As well. Give him some love. But I'm going to keep going. Hey, Deep Run Railroad Mike, another channel member. What's going on, Mike? Hope you are doing good as well. So, for all you channel members in here, if you are wanting to be picked next, you might get with Lynn McCurdy and bribe the crap out of him because he's going to be the one that has to pick through that tough list to see who gets the next channel member car. All right. Go ahead and set that off to the side. Let's go ahead and start making the color for the pen wash. Easy color. Black. We're going to do black. All right. I'm going to do the same mix ratio. I'm going to do 30 drops of water. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Then we got 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Where is John Schuylkill when I need him? He needs to be counting for me. I guess he's taking the night off for his birthday. All right. And we're going to do the same thing with IPA. 30 drops of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. All right, and then I'm going to put the cap back on the IPA. And pick up my paintbrush that I just dropped. And I'm going to be using a different brush this time too. I'm using something with a little bit more of a fine tip. All right, now we're going to add the black paint. Let me shake it up first. All right, there we go. And we got one drop. The paint is so thick. I think oil-based, you could probably do a different mix ratio. There's 2 drops. Three drops. 4 drops, and we need 1 more drop. 5 drops of paint. Something else you could use instead of paint is you could use India ink. That also works. All right. I'm just going to use a paper towel to kind of draw off the excess paint off the brush. Okay. Now, y'all are going to be looking at this a little upside down because that's how the camera is mounted, but I'm going to do my best to show this to you. So, I've got rivet lines. That's where I'm going to be wanting this paint. Of course, edges of the ladder, the door with all the edges on it, handrails. That's where I'm going to be dropping paint. And I'm just getting a little. And I'm just doing a real light brush. And if I get a better angle, yeah, there we go. Just kind of, I'm just doing like the rivets. And the thing is, it does not have to be perfect. And the nice thing about washes, you can always go back and pick up your excess paint. And kind of fade it back out. You can even go as far as using your paper towel and drying your brush and you can pull off any excess paint that you don't want. I can't really pay attention to the chat while I'm doing this. So if you're commenting, I promise you, I will get back to you. All right, see if y'all can see a little bit of difference of what that black can do. I got a little extra on there. All right, Darrell. You have a happy Thanksgiving as well, and we will see you next time. Yes, for those who want to go support Thomas Grassi, I do not have a problem with it. Y'all go support him. Even tell him I said hello. And make sure that you let him know that I'm sending you his way as well. And I'm just trying to get like the sliding hinges, and pin washes are good for like getting like, your cracks and those type of details as well. It can be a little tedious. Okay, well let me take that back. It's very tedious doing a pin wash on your models, but especially if you have like wooden cars like some of mine and like what Dennis has on his layout, that is what really it makes the detail just pop out. Question: your mixture of black, is it very thin? It's the same thin that I was using on the wash in itself. So yes, it is very, very thin. 30 drops of water, just standard H2O. 30 drops of isopropyl alcohol, and then 5 drops of paint. And like I said, I'm just using a little bit thinner or more of a fine tip brush. And that's just more or less to get that look. Oof. Got too deep on that one. But I'm going to show you how you can see how I got too much paint there. So if you get your paint that's left on your brush, I can come back and start soaking up some of that paint. See? So I saved a little bit of that. And the more times I brush over it, the thinner it's getting. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is the edge here where the ladder is. And it gets real tedious when you start doing the inside of the ladder, you know, the rungs. Get this corner here real good. Okay. And I'm almost done with just this one side. All right. So it makes the detail pop out a little bit more. Even though it's still glossy, it does pop out. All right. Oh, Jack Jack came in here? Did I miss Jack Jack? I don't see Jack Jack. That's interesting. And yeah, you can use oil base too. That definitely works. All right, Mike, have a good one. Have a happy Thanksgiving, buddy, and we'll see you next time. And we got Randall Ellison in the house. What is going on, Randall? Okay, I'm going to set this car here. Now let's work on Lynn's car. Lynn's is going to be a little more tedious because it is one bigger. It has more rivets than the car I just did. All right, kind of tip it at an angle, bring the black down. And like I said, I'm going to come back and re-blend it in. All right, now let's blend it. Put some black on these grab irons too. Well, a lot of detail on these plug doors. That is no lie. Now the thing is if I did not gloss coat this before I started, it would not run as easy. Now I kind of put the paint on heavy on this side. And so now what I'm doing as it's kind of drained to the bottom, I'm running my brush along the bottom of it and soaking up some of that excess paint. Hey, Daz Faulkner, how is it going? So Randall stopped in Iron Planet Hobbies a couple of hours ago, found a couple of neat additions to the rolling stock fleet. That's awesome. Did you use Heath's code while you was inside there, Randall? Because if you didn't, you missed out. Because they will let you use that code in the store too. Ah, shoot. I did something I didn't want to do. There we go. So hopefully I'm teaching somebody something today. To do things right, you don't rush it. That's one lesson. But at the same time, just doing some of the tedious stuff will make your models look a lot better than if you didn't do it. So I'm just working on the ladder now. Put a dot there, dot there, dot there. Gotta do the top. There we go. Can y'all see more detail now that I've added a little bit of black in some areas? It's going to make the detail on the roof really pop. Okay. We're going to set that one just like so. And we're going to do the A end. So here, I kind of like... I'll try to get like the whole corner of the car. Do the same thing on this side over here. And then I'll try to brush it in. And I'm trying to stay in between. Like doing the ends of the cars, it's the most tedious in my opinion. Because if you want it to look right, you got to really take your time with it. And we're going to do the top. Okay. You're going to see more black over in the ladder area than anywhere else. All right. Gary Shanks, what is going on? So AJ actually weathered a few of my cars for me. Believe it or not. AJ's a good kid. So you get some black along that side there. Your ladders are not as pronounced as on the one I just did. All right, I'm going to let those dry for just a minute before I continue. All right, let's see what's going on. Oh, was too high. I could not see it. I apologize. Gary says, I'm trying to learn something new. I try to learn something new every day. Lynn says, I met and did a short interview with AJ, plus I have one of his cars. That's nice. John says, I'm falling asleep in the chair. Well, wake up. And Jack, there he is. Practice. Take some old Tyco and practice on them. Absolutely. Yeah, I would recommend practicing on the old stuff, old Tycos, AHMs, even old Athearn blue boxes before you do it on an expensive model. There is a YouTube channel out there called JC's Rip Track. I don't know if he still has that playlist or not, but he had a really good playlist a while back that talked about, weathering the different layers and whatnot. And, that's the thing. When you weather, you're doing them in layers. The first layer is going to be a fade. Then the second one is going to be your pin wash. Then your third layer is going to be, I can't remember what the third is. For me, the third one I normally just do is like rusting, and then fourth is going to be like dirt and grime. And I know rust is a layer, dirt and grime's a layer. Depending on your era or the type of car, if you want graffiti and tags on it, that's a layer in itself. So there's so many different layers, and in each layer you clear coat what you've done, so that way you don't accidentally mess it up when you apply on the next layer. And then if you mess up, you can easily take it off and not take off everything under it that you did like. All right, so that's the difference of a pin wash versus that. So here, this is before the pin wash. That is after the pin wash. All right. We're going to continue. I'm going to try to make sure I stay in camera, John. I'm going to do my best. I'm going to move Lynn's car kind of out of the way. Yo, keep them nice and shiny. What railroad keeps all their cars nice and shiny? We want realism. Now, some railroads did keep certain cars clean and shiny, depending on the how heavy they were used. Like Pacific Fruit Express would definitely try to keep their orange reefers nice and clean, but it was very common during their peak season that the only thing that they would wash is the reporting marks. They wouldn't wash anything else. And I guess you would say that would be like their express reefers. All right, so I applied a little heavy on that line. So I'll end up pulling some of that off of that line. And what will happen is that's actually going to make its way down to the bottom, which it's already started. And then as I move it across on these bottom rivets, I'll just kind of run them back up to the top. and let it go down again. All right, Andy, have a happy Thanksgiving to you, even though I know in the UK y'all don't celebrate it. But you take care, my friend. We'll see you next time. Yeah, the ones that just come out of the paint shop, I've seen those. And yeah, they're clean for a little while, but they don't stay clean. They definitely do not stay that way. Okay, now the fun ladder part. But I will say every once in a while I will see some brand new, fresh, clean cars, but most of the ones I see today, you're lucky if you don't find a car that ain't got a tag on it. All right. All right, we're going to let that sit and dry right there. And let's do Lynn's other side. So this is before. Here, let me go this way. That's before. That's after. Lynn's takes a little longer because his car is about 20 feet longer than mine. And I know Lynn's over there saying, mine's bigger, mine's bigger. The roof actually goes a little easier when pin washing because then you can actually take the model and set it upright. And I see I got a little over here, so I took my brush and I dried it off. And now I'm coming back and using my brush to take the excess paint off the car. And just like that. Let's see here. Do the paper tubes wreck the cars? Not at all. It just makes it easier to hold. I mean, these are just paper towel tubes. So there we go. All right. Now the fun part. Well, actually, hold on. Nope, not ready for that yet. I got to do this whole bottom. And then we'll get to the fun part. About ready to start on the fun part, Lynn. Ladders. All right, Tony B, you have a good and happy Thanksgiving as well, and we will see you next time. Okay. Lynn, what are you thinking so far? You liking what you're seeing? Are you learning anything that you can take back to the club? Yeah, I thought I forgot to do that on this side. There we go. Let that side dry. All right. It looks like on mine, I've just got this one side here to do. And this here is, I call the pain in the ass side. Because there is so much between brake lines and it's just almost cost effective that you just paint everything in between. Kind of like giving it just almost a full black wash. There we go. Wife just went shuffling down the hall and smiles and asks, "What you watching?" Told her, she says, to tell Jason you're welcome. Oh, well, tell her. Tell her I appreciate that. And I know what she's saying. She's welcomed me for because I thanked her for drawing my name on Lynn's contest. All right. Let that side there dry. You know, I think what I could do is we could hide that logo. That might make it a little easier. A little easier scene. Oh, boy. Look who showed up. I think somebody's in the wrong place. My beautiful, hot wife, Grit and Grace, decides to bless me with her presence. And I will take that any day of the week. Are you, though? Are you in the right place? Well, I don't know if you're in the right place. There we go. These ends are getting better and better every second. All right. The next one, I'm going to take off the paper towel thing. Now, the way I'm grabbing it is, let me get in the camera. Taking my thumb, I'm going straight to the bottom. Taking my finger, going straight to the roof walk. And I'm sliding it off. And I'm going to set it not on the side, but straight up on the mat because I need it to be up. All right, roof walk first. I'm going to do kind of a heavy coat on the roof walk because that's what's going to help bring out that detail. And then these little ridges, that's all I'm going to hit. So now you can see the difference between the pin wash on this side and a lack of pin wash on that side. Spin the car around. And we're going to continue with this side. I could not disagree on that statement. She is the absolute best. There we go. Give it a good blow. And we're going to do Lynn's roof. Now, Lynn's roof is a little different than mine. Yo, Tim, CP368 Productions. I come into you saying, give it a good blow. If anybody knows about good blowing, it's this lady right here. Let me tell you, she could get a fire started just by breathing on it. And Derek Alexander. Yes, happy Thanksgiving for tomorrow. Absolutely. A few minutes ago, I thought, wait, mine has a catwalk. Then I remember earlier we were sharing pics, and it's my cotton belt without the catwalk. There you go. Yep, this one's got a catwalk. I think the build date on this one, Lynn, is 1960. All right. The Train Freak, your time frame is 1958. Mine's a little smaller, like from 1880 to present. Well, 1880, man, go look at finding stuff for that. I mean, I know it's out there, but there's not a lot of it. All right, just about there, Lynn. Get some heavy black on this top here. Kind of almost looks like oil. All right. All right. I love you too, hun. I will call you here in a little while. All right. Tim said he just added 4 feet to his layout. Awesome. Steve? Is Steve still here? I don't see a Steve. Maybe Derek's thinking Tim is Steve. Did you see the 1880 stuff I sent Dennis at Otter Creek? That was just some of my extra stuff. No, I did not. I'll have to go look at that. Jason, it's amazing that it goes on and looks like it's too dark and permanent, and then it dries just right. Oh, absolutely. And there you go. And that's because I'm doing a wash and not just straight paint. That's what I was thinking. So, yeah, that's the beauty of doing some washes. And the thing is like, here I'm drying my paintbrush, right? If the paint is still too wet, I can come in and run the brush over it, and it will soak up some of that paint. So look, I'm going to mark right here. You can't really see a lot of paint right there. I'm just going to run it right over it. And now look how much paint. And so I can just use this to spread out. There you go. All right. Oh, Joe finally woke back up from his nap. He's been pretty quiet. Amanda means she will talk. You were listen. So for those who don't know, Amanda is a travel nurse, and she is over at Nashville, Tennessee. She's got this week and next week left, and then she will be out of there. And she'll be coming back home. And hey, Brad, that I saw, I think you were the first one here. So if that's the case, welcome back. All right, we're going to let this dry for just a little bit. This time I had quite a bit of extra paint left over. So I can always go back and re-look at the models, see if there's any more I want to add to it. But I am actually pretty happy with how it looks. It's the roof. The other side. Got the A end. The B end. Lynn's model still a little wet. I did apply the wash a little heavier on his than mine. And that's okay. It ain't going to hurt nothing. But there's that end. And that's still a little glossy. And that's okay. That end. The B end. The A end. So we're just going to let that right there dry. All right. While that's going on, I'm going to go take this and get this nice and clean because I might need this here in a minute. Who knows? And then I think what we're going to do after that is break into these Tamiya Weathering Masters and start applying some rust. So I'm going to put you on intermission, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So Ava was trying to put a pie in the oven. What kind of pie was it, Lynn? I mean, if you're going to talk pie, I mean, you got to at least say what kind of pie it was. And the tips of the stash must end up a little wet too when you eat soup. Oh, absolutely. And thank you, Lynn. Wow, I can't believe we are going 2.5 hours into this and we still have 14 people watching. That's pretty awesome. So, Lynn says, I don't know. What, you want me to go? Yes, I want you to go ask. The oven was hot. Okay. So what I would like to do is I know I've been starting on mine before I do Lynn's. Then, but in this case, because I am going to graffiti, I plan to graffiti one side of Lynn's car. I will not graffiti the other side on camera because it's going to be a surprise to Lynn. So I got to keep it that way. But we will graffiti one side of the car. And then I'll let Lynn pick which side he wants me to graffiti. But I need this top to dry. And what I'll go ahead and do, since the sides are good and dry, I need to gloss coat it again. So I'm going to go ahead and put these back on the paper towel holders. Just so that way I can get the rattle can. Ooh, a cherry pie. That sounds yummy. And I'll do this over here kind of off to the side. So I'm literally just using testers, gloss coat, quick gloss to seal that pin wash in there. Okay. So it's going to be really glossy now. But that's okay, because I need it glossy for the next thing I'm about to do. Okay. Shiny, shiny. Yep, gloss. So the reason why you gloss between every layer is so that way you have a much smoother surface to apply your paint on. And if you make mistakes, you can easily fix your mistakes. Now, when you're done with the whole thing and you're not going to add any more paint, then you can dull coat it. And it looks like he is going live now. So, or he's probably already live. So I encourage you to go and check out Humanity Junction. And it looks like he's going to be talking about operations. So that might, if you're interested in that, that might be something to go watch. Other than that, I'm fixing to get to rusting here in a minute. I'm just giving a minute for that gloss coat to dry before I start adding, well, those. These are Tamiya Weathering Masters. I've got A, B, and C. I have some other ones too. But A has sand, light sand, and mud. We're definitely going to put some light sand on towards the end. But I'm not going to use A right now. This is going to be a little later. But we're definitely going to want to use B and C on this one. So B has snow, soot, and rust. And then C has orange rust, gunmetal, and silver. So we're really going to be using the rust and the orange rust. And Derail Darrell is back in the house. So welcome, Darrell. All right, I'm going to take my model. I'm going to set it off to the side. And I'm just going to kind of blow on this to see if I can't help that gloss coat to dry up real quick. This is where I need like a blow dryer. And I would go get Amanda's blow dryer, but her blow dryer went out. And so for her birthday, I bought her one of those blow dryers that's actually a hairbrush. And so I can't really use that on this. And then plus with her being in Nashville, then yeah, it doesn't do me any good. So now I got to blow it myself. All right. Let's see. Yeah, it's pretty much dry. The top is where I want to make sure it's nice and dry. Okay. So the thing about when you're doing rusting, you got to do it in layers. Now, Tamiya comes with these little applicators. You got a little brush on this side. You got the sponge on that side. In this case, I'm going to be using the brush. I got my water. And the trick to it is, and I'm not really going to be rusting the sides as much. It's more or less the top. So we can take it back off the paper towel holder. And I'm not really going to be rusting the catwalk per se. What I'm going to be rusting is mainly the whole roof. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, I'm going to dip it in water, get the brush wet, and then I'm going to start brushing this rust. And I'm just going to kind of give it a bath. A light bath. Like so. And it's going to start looking a little orange. Or a little browner. And I'm just kind of brushing. You're still going to see a little bit of that black underneath. But see the difference? Oh, John, did I get all of my certifications from the NMRA done? No, I have a long ways to go. I don't, this year I'm not going to earn any. I mean, I'm actually really close. If I would ballast about 50 feet worth of track, I could do it. But now the thing about when you apply this rust, you always want to, stroke in the direction that rust would go if water hits rust. And I'm just barely brushing. I believe I got just a little too much, so now I'm going to try to take some of that excess rust off. Is it starting to look rusty to y'all? I might get a little bit more over here. And then I'll take it and I'm going to put another light layer of rust back on this side of the roof. All right, John, you have a good night, my friend, and we will see you next time. Have a happy Thanksgiving. So there you go. Now, Lynn, do you want me to put rust on the sides of these as well? Or do you want just the roof of yours rusted? 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. equals a long day. That's a short day for me. I have to work 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. 8 to 2, man, that's an easy day. Roof is fine. Okay, so he just said, I want to just do the roof. All right. I'm just going to clean my brush. Put that one back. So I did the dark rust. Now we're going to do the orange rust. Now the orange rust, I'm not going to do near as heavy. Because let me tell you, that orange rust, it comes out. So I'm just going to kind of flick some different areas. Because I want it to look like the rest is, not all applying on the car the same. Oof, I did not like that. There we go. There we go. And guys, this is the same technique that I did on my sawmill buildings too. There you go. Now look at that. And I'm definitely going to rust with some orange rust, part of this catwalk. There we go. So if you look at the car, it's a rusty roof. Now, one of the things that I do want to use is I've got these really, really small paintbrushes here. And I will do the same thing with a little bit of orange. And then I'll take a dry brush and kind of brush it down some. To make it kind of look like rust on the side of the cars as well. Especially right here, like where the door slides. Because that should have a little bit. So I'm using a wet brush to apply it and a dry brush to kind of move it down. All right, we'll let that do its thing. Kind of do the same thing over here. We definitely want, when you do that, always brush your streets down. Darrell is saying this definitely looks better on a big screen. I mean, I'd hope so. Well, you can kind of see them. I didn't make the sides as rusty as that. The top's going to be a lot more rusty. That's cool, Lynn. Go take a phone call. You can see a little bit right in here. Okay. I didn't want to rust that too much on the sides. I've got a little bit of rust showing through, but not a lot. I might do just a little bit more. Just kind of find some spots. And then use this dry brush and just kind of, brush it in. There we go. Because who knows? I mean, my graffiti might cover up some of it. I don't know. Okay. All right. So we're going to say Lynn's is done with the rust effects. So because his is done with the rust effects, it's going to go back on the newspaper, and I'm going to gloss coat it one more time. It's a dull. Where is my gloss coat? Ah, it's hiding from me. Okay. So Lynn's gets a few extra steps than I do on mine. Yep, mine is dried. So now I'm going to start resting my car and let Lynn's dry while I'm resting. It's like giving it a bath, just about. Whoops. Yeah, I'll tell you, ever since I started using these weathering powders, or I mean, I don't know if you call them powders or what, but ever since I started using these, I really like them. I'm gonna kind of give mine some rust, some old rust on the side. Not a whole bunch. I'm just basically taking the excess off the roof and just kind of giving it a light cover, mainly on the panels. Wife wants to know, is that Revlon or Maybelline? That is Tamiya Weathering Master. I'm sure you could probably use that stuff. I mean, that would not surprise me. All right. All right, I'm done with that. Now let's add some more rust. She's laughing. All right. Let's get some orange. Orange on here too. And I'm going to kind of do a heavier coating than what I did on Lynn's. Because I want this to kind of look like a rust bucket. It's so crazy. Like, soon as this dries, it's really going to get orange. Like, all I'm doing now is just trying to take off some of the excess. So that way I don't get orange bubbles. Yeah, mine's going to look like a rust bucket here. But that's what I want mine to look like. I might try to get maybe just a little bit more orange on the top. Damn, too much. Okay. I'm just trying to get at the drops. All right. So there's mine. And there's Lynn's. Thanks, Darrell. Much appreciated. Now mine, I'm going to say mine is done. So since mine is done, and that's how I want mine to look. I'll show you the roof. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out the dull coat. and get that one. Dadgum, the lid don't want to come off. There it goes. That was weird. And spray it with some dull coat. All right, Darrell, good night to you. Happy Thanksgiving. And I will catch you next time, buddy. All right. What we'll have to do is just wait for the paint, the dull coat to dry on that, and then I will share with you what that one looks like. All right. All right. Is Lynn still here? Or is he on the phone? Is Lynn still here? Or is he on the phone? I don't know if Lynn is or is not present. If Lynn ain't here, then I think I might let y'all in the chat. Since there's only 6 of you now, I think I might let y'all pick out some graffiti colors. And y'all get to tell Lynn, or y'all get to pick for Lynn since he ain't here. The only color that is not available is going to be green because I'm saving the green for something else. So, anybody in the chat want to throw out some color ideas for some really cool graffiti? Let me see you in the chat. Joe, Tim, and then the other 4 people watching. All right. Bright yellow. Can definitely do that. Any other colors? Pink, baby blue. Okay. Let's see what I've got here. That's probably the closest to baby blue that I got. Summer sky. Pink. Do I have a pink? I mean, I would think I'd have a pink. Oh, there it is. Paradise pink. Anything else? Purple. Okay. I got Princess Purple. I think what I'm going to do is let's make Well, I used pink and purple on Darrell and put Freak was here. I don't think I want to do that on this one. I think what I would like to do is we could use the purple for an outline, but what would look better inside? The yellow or the baby blue? Or maybe do I use the yellow as an outline and put the purple in the middle? What are y'all thinking? What color should I use for the outline? I wonder if there's a way I could invert this screen. You know, I've never really tried that. Is there a way to rotate this? It'd be nice if there was. Holy smokes, how about that? Hot diggity. All right. Whoops. Wrong button. Hey guys, we're learning on the fly here. You're probably like, "Oh, I wish I could do that." There we go. It's kind of mirrored. Joe, I'm actually doing that on the other side. But I have an idea how I'm going to do it. So this is my freak tag. Yeah. So now let's see if I can figure out how to flip vertically, apply rotation data from camera, if any. Yeah, I don't know about that. But that is pretty cool that I did flip it, even though it is mirrored. That's the only downside about that. All right, I think I'll go back to the way it was. Because that's just going to throw me off even more. Well, is it going to make a change? Oops, wrong one. There we go. Yeah. Okay. I'll have to figure out how to mount the camera backwards next time. That'd be a little tricky. Okay. All right. How about what we do is we're going to use purple to make the outline. We're going to do that. And I don't need a whole bunch of purple. And let's see here. And we're just going to put an outline of purple. Man, that's actually kind of hard to see. Why do you have melted blue foam? All right, now I'm going to lay a little bit thicker. Do y'all ever follow Tim over at They Make It Like That? I know he does some stuff like this, and he's pretty good at it. Nathan Delay, what is going on? Now, here's the thing with me doing this. I don't have any paper, template, or anything. This is all straight off the cuff. in my head. So y'all get to see what's literally in my head come out. Some people would be thinking I'm crazy for doing this. And ladies and gentlemen, we got Train Freak Jr. in the house, even though you can't see him on camera.
What's good, y'all?
So Nathan says, I'm good. How are you? I'm also making my do operations and run trains at the same time, build my layout. That's awesome, Nathan. And I seen where you made this massive F unit. That's pretty cool.
Lord, I can smell the chemicals. What are going on here?
What's going on? We're painting.
Yeah.
Okay, well, get out of here if you don't want to get chemicaled up.
I'm good. Wait, I just want to ask, is that tea on the table yours or not?
That is yours.
Okay, thanks.
All right, everybody say bye to Junior.
Bye, y'all.
Junior is out. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this K. That's a little better. All right. There we go. Freaky. Oh, I guess Joe's out of here. Have a good one, Joe. Take care, my friend, and we will see you next time. All right. I think what I'm going to use is yellow on the inside, and we'll do some blue. Oh, Joe said bye to Junior. Oh, okay. And then we will do some blue and pink on the outside. I don't want to make it too similar to what I did for Darrell. I don't know. What do y'all think? Hey, Papa John Trains. Welcome to the live stream. Just give it another little coat. All right. Probably should have brought that Y down just a little lower. There we go. All right. Freaky. All right. So for those that are still in the chat, Joe, Papa John, Nathan, Tim. All right. I'm not doing the pink on the inside. Which color do you think would look better on the inside? And Lynn, you can chime in too. I want to know yellow or baby blue. All right, I got one vote for yellow. Whose car is it? It's going to Lynn. Lynn is getting the car. Do both to make it a unique, like stripes. Oh, God. Nathan's putting the challenge up for me. Yeah, that would be kind of tough, Nathan. I might do stripes on the back. All right, I'm only seeing a yellow. I'm not going to do both on the inside, just one. All right, yellow it is. And if y'all notice, like, I'm not putting a lot of paint. I mean, if I hold the thing up, I mean, there's not a lot of paint there, and that's because I don't need a lot of paint. Oh, that's neat, Nathan. So sometimes you use toothpicks. That's cool. Nothing wrong with that. So the vibes I'm getting off of these colors is Mardi Gras. Just about. The only downside about using these small little brushes like that, they do not hold a lot of paint. Yo, Robert! What is going on? I am painting a car. Somebody is going to be a recipient of this one. Never seen a purple cotton belt car? Yeah, me neither. So, Mardi Gras means Fat Tuesday. It is a French tradition where you go and you eat like crazy because on that Wednesday starts the holiday of Lent, where you do a lot of fasting. So the meaning of Mardi Gras, it literally translates to Fat Tuesday. No, I don't have one. That will go nicely in the town that I'm eventually going to build. Oh, okay, Robert. Well, unfortunately, you are not the recipient of this card, but the recipient is in here. Okay. That R needs a little work. I'm not happy with it. K needs a little more to it as well. Okay. So here's the start. Freaky. No, I don't have one that will go. Oh, okay. No, that was for Nathan. Oh, okay. Dyson, did you know that the guy who invented Legos, he just randomly got the name Lego, but what he didn't know means I put together, and I know it's shockingly a good coincidence? I did not know that. Well, Papa John, I've actually got a surprise that's going to go on the back of the car, but that will not be unveiled until Lynn gets the car. Lynn won't even see what is going to be on the back of that car. All right, next up, Baby Blue. Oh, let's see here. Baby Blue. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to put on more than one coat. That's for sure. All right, Joe, take care. Have a happy Thanksgiving, and we will see you next time. You should make an SSW box car in each primary and secondary color. Yeah, I could probably do that. Yep, someone tried messaging me. What am I doing for Thanksgiving? So Amanda is in Nashville travel nursing, and she was down last weekend. So we had our Thanksgiving with my family, and her mom is over in Eastern Tennessee, where her grandpa's at. And so she's going to see her papa tomorrow. And me and Aaron's just going to chill at the house. And then my parents are going to come up Friday and house sit for me. And I'm going to go up to Nashville and go meet up with Amanda and do some Christmas shopping. So that is the plan. Plans can always change, though. Yeah, I definitely got to put on a second coat. Go to Waffle House. Go get some of the awful waffle. Man, I definitely don't have anything against Waffle House. I love some Waffle House. It's just a inside joke that we call the Waffle House the awful waffle. But I think there's quite a few people out there that do. Okay. Oh, you're going to go to Shreveport. Okay. That's cool. It looks like an Easter egg. Well, I guess Lynn's getting an Easter egg. Robert, you missed it, man. These are the colors that Nathan and Tim and I think it was Tim and Joe picked out. Of course, once the first coat of paint dries, then I can go back over it with the second one. Good, because I can't blame you. Well, of course, Robert, we just blame Heath. He was in here earlier. He said he was wearing a shirt, too. Okay. So this is where I'm at with it so far. And I'm thinking I want to do something up here, but I don't know what. Oh, Heath is wearing his Blame Heath shirt. I could probably do my signature up there. I don't know. What should I put up there? Any suggestions? Put KCS. Oh, Robert. You know, this looks very similar to your bicentennial unit. I mean, there's not much difference. because your bicentennial unit is freaky to begin with. It's already got cotton belt, Nathan. Look, it's a cotton belt card. Cotton belt. That is very true. Yes, Lynn, I do know that. As long as they can read the tags and it's not vulgar, they won't paint over it. That's why you see a lot of people when they do the painting, like they'll paint like right around the tag to where you can do it. Mr. Freaky, okay. I could do that. Let's see, how would I go? I'm going to do yellow first. So let's draw. Do that. Like that, Nathan? Mr. Freaky. Okay. Come back and add some more yellow in here. All right, see who is blowing my phone up. Is that Nathan? Nathan, is that you blowing me up? Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool covered hopper, Nathan. Oh yeah, I'm liking this. It's just now I got to go back and where the paint's already dried. We've got to add more to it to make it look more vivid. So what'd y'all think of Derail Darrell's card when I did it? Did y'all like that? I don't know if Robert ever saw that one. You see how the K and the Y looks a lot better than the A? Well, if you go and watch Darrell's last Cab Crew Wednesday, he unboxed it. Indiana Jones movie? No, I have not. I don't really go and watch movies. The last movie I went and saw in theaters was the Twisters movie. Before that, I couldn't even tell you what it was. All right. All right, Lynn. Take care, buddy. If you got to go, I get it. No, Nathan. Not necessarily that it's special. It's just something I don't really do. So I wouldn't say anything that it had to be special. I mean, who would have thought purple would have been real hard to see on this here Bucks car? But the Y definitely looks better. Yeah, I think Tim's a little faster than I am. Over there, they make it like that. Of course, he does this all the time, too. Ah, thank you, Nathan. Oh, welcome back, Lynn. All right. Yeah, the first coat just never really looks good. And it doesn't until you start putting that second coat on. As that second coat gets in there and it starts, it will pop. And what we want is something that pops. Especially since Lynn is going to be running this at his modular club at the train shows and whatnot. I'm going to see if I can get this purple. Once I get this letter F done, put the purple here as well. I might have to put some more out on the brush. Or not on the brush, but in the thing. Because I'm about to run out. Hey, Floyd Robbins, what's going on? All right, it's starting to come together. I think I might move the pink up as well on that one side. All right. Let's go ahead and we're going to as they make it like that says, we're going to turn this here into a piece. And Lynn, I might have to put a third coat of paint on it too. Just to get a good, solid coverage. And Willow Creek is back. What's going on, Brad? It's like your third time here, man. Third time's a charm. Yeah, it is looking better on camera for sure. All right, Nathan, I hope you have a happy Thanksgiving as well. You be safe out there, my friend, and we'll see you next time. It gets a little harder once you start getting over here where the door is. Because you got more obstacles. I've been popping in on your breaks at work. Okay. Now you're over. Is it Australia, New Zealand? I can't exactly remember. I believe that's what you told me before. I could be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time I'm wrong. New Zealand. That's what I thought. All right. Now we're going to do blue. I'm afraid blue is going to need a lot of coats. What are y'all thinking so far? The real question is, does it look freaky enough? All right. No, Jason has not done this before on real cars. I may be biased, but I think the pink and light blue makes the car look better than the other colors might have. Possibly right. And sometimes it's how you group your colors together too. Because if I would have done a blue as an outline with the yellow on the inside, it would not have looked right. All right. I need more blue. Using more blue than anything else. But Tim, I think you and Joe picked out a good choice of colors. Lynn, I have no clue. But a lot of these taggers are artists, so they probably don't need a color chart. You know, if we were being honest. All right. What do y'all think so far? Mr. Freaky. That would be me. Lynn, this is going to be a freaky good car, let me tell you. I could crack freaky jokes all night. Well, I'll tell you one thing. This blue does not apply good. I still got to touch up the ladder. All right. And get this area over here. There, that looks a whole lot better now. Yeah, that ain't no lie. All right. 4.5 hours. And I didn't just do Lynn's car. So for those who came in really late, what you missed was we weathered this car from the beginning. Now, I'm not going to put my dual coat on this yet. I'm going to let all of this paint dry really good. And then I'm going to come back and do another coat on top of it later on. Because if I get like real close, like where the A, you can kind of see Let me see if I can block some of that light, that glare. You can kind of see where the yellow is not real good. Let me do this, and this might show it a little differently. Well, it's just that light is so bright. There we go. See, if you look at the A and the R, you can see that the yellow is, there's still a lot of bleed behind it. So, but yeah. All right, let me do this. All right. So the other car I did is this one right here. This one is mine. Gave it a good dusting, some rust. More or less, really all I need to do is this right here. And one of the other things that I can do to it later on is paint the wheels. Okay, there we go. There we go. Get it a little closer so y'all can see it. There we go. So I can take the wheels off. I've got this little thing right here. You just pop your wheels in there, and then you can either spray, airbrush, or you can even use a paintbrush. So, and it keeps the flanges clean. So I'll probably end up doing that, not tonight, but later on. So yeah, Mr. Freaky, that's me. So Lynn's going to have Mr. Freaky car running on his layout or his, what you call it. And then I've got something planned for the backside. So here's the thing. If you are interested in getting a channel member car, the way this works is you have to be a channel member for at least 6 months. It doesn't matter what level. It could be the cheapest level. It could be the most expensive level. Or it could be in between. Doesn't matter. And the different levels offer different perks. But once you hit the 6-month mark, as a channel member, I will eventually, if your name, the thing is your name got to get picked, to show my gratitude for you supporting my channel even further than just hitting that subscribe button. So Lynn got picked, and when Lynn gets his car, then he will get to pick the next, well, we like to say victim. So you'll get a special painted car that you can either run on your layout, display, doesn't matter. It will be a cotton belt car of some type, because that is the railroad that I model. That's, I mean, like right here. There you go. Cotton belt, even though it's got some dust on it. There we go. Cotton belt. So, which is St. Louis Southwestern. And also, Lynn thinks I did this because I won his contest. Actually, no, Darrell picked his name out. Because I was on the phone with him and he said, do Lynn McCurdy. So I was like, all right, I'll do Lynn McCurdy. But yeah, the locomotive that I won from Lynn is right there. But you can see all the other SPs and cotton belts on the layout. So, Lynn, I'm going to do something very special, and you're not going to get to see what this side's going to look like until you open it. So I'm going to try my best. I'm going to draw on paper first. Make sure that I get it to look right because I want it to look right. So, all right, guys. Other than that, it is 10 o'clock here. I have been live for 4.5 hours working on the car. If you want to see what it looked like from the beginning, go hit the replay button. Before you leave, make sure that you smash the like button. And if you ain't subbed to the channel, make sure that you hit that subscribe button. Really helps the channel out. Other than that, I'm going to hop off of here. I hope everyone has a happy Thanksgiving. Even if you're not in the U.S., have a happy Thanksgiving. Make sure you eat a lot of turkey, ham, dressing with giblet gravy, mashed potatoes, yams, broccoli and cheese casseroles, corn casseroles, peas, whatever is on your menu. And don't forget the dinner rolls. And if you're into that pumpkin pie, pumpkin cheesecake rolls, pecan pies, or whatever else, I hope you get your stomach full to where you, well, hopefully not to where you feel miserable like I would, but I hope you also get to spend some time with friends and family. And just be thankful for the things out there that we're thankful for. All right. So other than that, y'all have a great one. Be safe out there. Happy Thanksgiving and happy railroading. Wow, they added an extra button.